Hi, good evening, and welcome to this regularly scheduled board meeting for the Ventura Unified School District. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Dr. Castro, do we have any need to amend the agenda?
Yes, President Rodriguez. Item 15H on line 13, we needed to make a change on the budget source. It was noted as bond, but the correct budget source is routine maintenance, which you see as RRMA. The board will receive or has received an updated version of that, so the public will receive the updated version of that online by tomorrow. Also, just to note, not a change to the agenda, but given that under our old format, our public hearing started at 7 o'clock, which of course will be changing now. Items 15A and 15B will need to be delayed after the public hearing. So not a formal change to the agenda, but just a note.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I just want to make sure I got that. So that's on this handout for 15H, line 13, and it's just the funding source that is changing to bond?
From bond to RRMA as noted on your handouts.
Oh, on this, so
Yes.
This one is correct. Okay. Great, thank you very much. And then I believe you said there was a need to edit the time for the public hearing?
No, we can't, unfortunately, we can't edit the time for the public hearing because it was posted, published at 7 o'clock. So just like we did last time, items 15A and 15B are contingent upon waiting for the public hearing to take place, so we'll need to delay action on 15A and 15B until after 14A, the public hearing takes place.
Okay, great, thank you. So with that, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, we will adjourn to closed session where we will discuss public employee discipline dismissal release and conference with labor negotiators. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
great. We are adjourned. Hi, good evening, and thank you for joining us for this regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education for Ventura Unified School District. I'm President Sabrina Rodriguez, and the board has just returned from closed session. If you would join me in please standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Ms. Dawn, would you please take roll?
Sure, I'm happy to. President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee Mr. James Forsyth.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Davina Miranda.
Here.
Student Board Member Dan Mendoza is absent this evening. Student Board Member Emily Sahadi.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Report of actions taken in closed session. In closed session, the board did take action on 2 items regarding public employee discipline dismissal release. In closed session, the board took action to approve resolution 23-32 regarding an employee matter with the employee reference 2014064. The motion was made by Dr. Dannenberg and seconded by myself, and the support for the motion was unanimous. Additionally, in closed session, the board took action to approve an agreement with employee reference 2012042. The motion was made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Dr. Dannenberg, and support for the motion was unanimous. No other action was taken in closed session. Dr. Castro, your report.
Yes, thank you, President Rodriguez. I'd like to start with our gratitude awards before moving on to good news. We have 3 individuals to recognize this evening. The first one is Joel Levin, our teacher librarian from Brenna High School. The individuals who gave these recommendations are not listed this time, but the individual who recognized Joel said that Joel is someone who goes out of his way to always help others. At a recent classified staff employee training after Celebrate, Joel was there to make sure that everything was set up for the training to go successfully. He took his extra time to set up and assist, to answer questions, and just to get everybody feeling good on the first day before school. So thank you, Joel. Maria Tiscoreno, a custodian at Pacific. This individual recognized her for being just an incredible worker when called out for going above and beyond for things that this individual hadn't seen happen in their time. She just said, "It's just my job." But obviously doing just your job means a little bit more to some people. She says she's considered to be an asset to the custodial team, and this individual is so grateful to have her at their site for her work ethic and upbeat attitude. And last is Frank Gonzalez, a custodian at Atlas. A co-worker met Frank at Atlas, noticed that, again, like our others being recognized as a consummate team player, hard worker, connected through stories and caring for the students around them, and also keeping our facilities as clean as possible. And just wanted to recognize Frank. Thank you very much for continuing to take care of our facilities just like you take care of our students. So let's give our 3 gratitude winners or gratitude recognees a round of applause. Thank you. And in terms of good news, I'll just share that we've all been spending a lot of time at back to school nights. There are a lot of amazing things that happen at back to school nights, but I just wanted to call attention to the focus on teaching and learning. You hear the parents and the teachers, and we've had a lot of students even on the campuses over the last couple of weeks. We have a couple more weeks. The real focus has been on what it means to be a member of our community and the expectations that we have for one another and the hopes that we have for one another. So I just want to thank all of our teachers, all of our support staff for making these events incredible. Also have noticed that our own HR team and also the PTAs and the PFFOs are all there trying to develop everything we can to create a supportive community around our students. So that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And for the first time this year, we get to have our student board members. So Davina, I have you listed first, representing Buena.
Hi everyone, my name is Davina Miranda and I'm representing Buena, and this is our student board reports. We've had a lot of success with the CTE, and here's some pictures of the first responder CTE class. It's been very, how do I say this? Popular, more popular than I personally thought it would be, but it's really nice to see a lot of students taking interest in that. Our new block schedule, this is Buena's first year on block instead of a 6-period day, so it's been quite a change, but I wouldn't say it was a bad change. I think it helped a lot. Fun Fridays are something ASB actively tries to include. They take place during lunch 1 or 2 times a month, and then music is played in the quad where games are set out for students and popcorn is passed out. Homecoming is coming up for us this weekend. Here are some of the spirit days that we have planned for the week. Today was Beach Day, and this year's homecoming theme is Retro Rewind. To highlight a sport, flag football has been getting a lot of support considering it is really new and it has a lot of interest. Many tried out for the team this year and they have been doing exceptionally well while also gaining more support. Thank you.
Wow, that was so brief. Sorry. No, it was fantastic, but you just kind of caught me off guard. So thank you. Great job. I know it's always super nerve-wracking being up here, and so you did a really wonderful job. I was writing down that your homecoming is on Friday because I didn't know that. That's exciting. Yes. Yeah, should be fun. Okay, that brings us to Emily, representing Ventura High School.
Hello, VUSD board members and Ventura Unified School District. My name is Emily Sahadi, and this is the Ventura High School September and August recap. So we started our year off with orientation week. We had various orientation days for each grade. The freshmen obviously got this huge rally with special performances from cheer, dance, hip hop, and a debut from our drumline and marching band. And then we had our link crew set up the entire event with organized tours and a Q&A session as well. We had our first official welcome rally, so this was held on the first Friday of the entire school year. This year it was Barbie versus Oppenheimer themed. So we had some really fun games. Miss Bergfeld, I think you're up there. We introduced our fall sports, fall captains. They played musical chairs. We had hip hop, dance, cheer perform, and of course our marching band and drumline perform. Our student section this year has been very vibrant. We got our brand new Cougie mascot, so he's up there. We've had great turnout for both volleyball and football games. We have our Super Fans Club on campus that is making sure all sports on campus feel welcomed and that have a designated student section there. And we even had football games before the start of the official school year with great turnout in the upper right-hand corner. That was our first game. So, yeah. We had our neon dance that was held September 1st. After our first official home game, each class showed up in their designated colors. It was student run with a huge help from PTSA, and we had over 400 students in attendance. I wanted to highlight athletic success. Obviously, we have girls flag football that's been up and running. We have our boys cross country team that is currently ranked 1st in the state, and girls ranked 3rd. So we have a very strong cross country team, and they're going to have their one of their first meets this weekend. Boys football had a huge victory against Oxnard and Camarillo. Our girls volleyball team remains undefeated, and our boys water polo has had excellent victories against Santa Monica, Rancho Cucamonga, and Westlake. And then girls golf and girls tennis actually just began their season. I just wanted to spotlight really quickly involvement with parents. We have our PTSA and ELAC meetings. Our first one was on September 5th, and our dance team actually also performed at the Ventura Relay for Life and had a Cougie dance camp for our small little Cougies incoming students that will be attending Ventura. And then our weekly newsletter that is both in English and in Spanish for parents. And then really quickly, stay tuned. We have Club Week tomorrow. That'll be beginning. We have over 30 clubs on campus, anywhere from community service to cultural clubs that'll be out there recruiting students, Hispanic Heritage Month, college visits from UCSB, NYU, and UChicago, our rivalry game, and homecoming that'll be coming up. So thank you.
Great job. Thank you both for being here. It's been a long time since we've had students part of our board. The summer goes by without you, and so it's nice to have you back. This brings us to correspondence. Does any board member have correspondence to share? No? Okay. So public comments. I have a general public comment from Linda Bergfeld.
Don't be afraid, I don't have a whiteboard. Good evening. I am Linda Bergfeld. I'm the AP Computer Science teacher at Ventura High School. I'm honored and fortunate to be teaching all AP Computer Science classes this year. I have 5 sections, 60 students, 2 from El Camino, and 3 students on the newly created third-year CTE Independent Study course. And I also have 18 students on the cybersecurity team. Computer science is alive and well in Ventura, and we got a lot of room to grow. I'm here this evening to give you a heads up on my plan to actually submit the necessary paperwork for the Board of Education to approve the AP Computer Science Principles course as a high school math credit for high school graduation requirements only. Short history. There are 2 AP Computer Science, two. One is the A course, which was around since 1984. I'm not going to date myself, but yep, that's familiar. And then in 2004, it was taught in Java. The A course is the typical entry-level college course for computer programming, covering code structure, logic. It's complicated. It's hardcore for those interested in engineering, computer science, and data science, and other STEM-related courses. It's the capstone course for my CTE pathway. The AP Computer Science Principles course is a more general computer science course covering the use of data, data science, the internet, basic programming skills, and much logic. It is an applied mathematics course, and it is welcoming, engaging, and actually, in my very humble opinion, extremely fun. Before the 2019-2020 school year, both AP Computer Science courses were G electives for the A to G course requirements. That switched in the 2019-2020 school year, not because of COVID, but that's just the way it worked out. They reclassified them both. The A course is now a math elective for A to G, and the principles course is a third-year science elective. There's many reasons why these courses were recategorized, but that's an entire another presentation. But I am going to note that there was a lot of pushback for the principles course getting A to G science credit because not everybody understands what the course covers, the pedagogy, and the curriculum. I have an extremely long list of reasons why principles should be classified as an applied art, math, and science elective, but I don't have a lot of time. So I'm not suggesting that principles course is going to replace any math course, well, maybe money management. But I am recommending and submitting the paperwork so that principles course is a math option for students who have been not successful in the traditional math pathway. I'm requesting that students be provided this opportunity. The AP Computer Science course includes everything we're promoting within VUSD, A to G access, AP courses, CTE, and lifelong learning skills for the 21st century. At UCSB, both the principles and A course are aligned to computer science courses. At Cal Poly, they are both computer science and engineering courses. At UC Davis, they're engineering courses, and Stanford. Basically, computer science is applied mathematics. Let's give them credit for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bergfeld. Thanks for being here. I have no other general public comments. Student board members, I know you guys have homework. We were hearing about calculus homework, and so if you would like to leave, you're welcome to. You're also welcome to stay as long as you'd like. And it was very nice having you both here. Okay, item 14A is a public hearing that was scheduled for 7 p.m., so we will come back to that at 7 p.m. And with that, we are also holding items 15A and 15B, which are related. So that takes us to item 15C, the 2022-23 unaudited actuals financial report and the annual GAN limit resolution.
Good evening, board members. So tonight, I'll be presenting to you the unaudited actuals reports for Ventura Unified School District. Just a quick recap, the 23-24 budget hearing, we also brought forward to the board what was called the estimated actuals. And so what that document was our best estimation of where we would fall, where we would land by the end of the fiscal year. So tonight we're going to actually talk, that we'll be using that specifically as a point of reference to refer to, because that was our estimated that's what we thought we were going to be. Now we actually have actuals of where, after our books closed, after all revenues that were, possibly not anticipated were received, or some that were received that were not anticipated. Expenditures have all been booked. All the financial documents have been closed. Any goods and services, like the PO, if it was done before June 30th, but services were received after, were accounted for. And so we've dug through the ledgers and closed it, and now we're going to bring you a complete picture of where our financial standing is. This is different from the interims, because the interims we're talking budgets, and here we're talking actuals. So just a starting point of where we are in our budget and financial reporting period. Overall, we're always working, the Business Services Office is always working at 2 fiscal years, or possibly 3 fiscal years at once. We're working on our current operating conditions. We're looking back and working with the auditor on our previous year audit on what we've done, what we didn't do, and we're always looking at forecasting for the upcoming fiscal year. So currently right now we're sitting here at our unaudited actuals, which we're presenting to you tonight at September, and then next month, in December 2023, we'll have our independent audit report that would come and discuss how we closed our books. And they're going to go into detail and look at if we did all the posting entries correct or if we did not. Is that my time? 3 minutes? Yeah. All right. So all unspent allocations have been identified and reserved or assigned to the fund balance as appropriate, and the unaudited actuals are compared to the estimated actuals, like I mentioned, as presented in the 23-24 budget. Why projections could be different? We touched base a little bit. Revenues received that wasn't anticipated. Expenditures or allocations or budget were not completely used, or some could be overly used, I would say. And then the purchase orders, and looking at all of our purchases throughout the year to make sure we account for it in the proper fiscal year. So we're going to focus tonight really on the unrestricted general fund, as that's really where our LCFF funding is, and that's really what we should try to control. Our LCFF dollars, as you can see, estimated actuals, we projected to be at $177,864,000. We were at $177,960,000. So our impact on fund balance increased about $96,301, and that's us due to our final LCAP base grant and certified revised P2 numbers. Our state revenue, however, and local revenue decreased. State revenue decreased about $343,000, and local decreased about $83,000. State revenue decreased due to a combination of a couple factors. We had received $866,000 more in our fourth quarter apportionment for lottery, but at the same time, we received a deposit of $1.2 million of funds from Learning Recovery and ADR that were deposited in the unrestricted account, which really those are special ed restricted funds. So we moved them. So that netted to $343,000. Our local revenue, which is our Medi-Cal billing, Medi-Cal billing is always billing in the rears. They're never, so just to give you an example, we just received our funding from 2016-17. So that's how far behind they are on their billing to us. So we just took our best guess of what we think we're going to receive for our local, but that's what really threw off the budget here, was revenues came in less than budgeted. And that's where we sit for our unrestricted general fund revenues. You're going to see quite a bit of a disparity as we get into expenditures, but we have a valid justification for that. The next thing was our contributions. So our contributions are like programs that make up, that are, we don't have enough funding to cover the total expenses for. So that means is our unrestricted LCFF dollars has to take money out of the LCFF unrestricted side to make those other programs whole, otherwise known as a contribution to those other programs. The majority of our contributions were our routine, our RMA, which is our routine maintenance account. We have to account for at least 3% of our total expenditures. And so at our estimated actuals, at our revised budget, we projected there would be at 9.7 million. And so in reality, the 3% of our total expenditures came in at 7.9 million. So we actually, our contribution reduced in that, so that's good. Our special education contributions are, it varies, right? So we thought we would be at all these pots here: SPED IDA preschool, SPED state apportionment. These are all special ed accounts. And so as you could see, it varies. So at revised budget, or estimated actions, we thought we'd land at 5.9 million. Our contribution increased here. We landed at 7.2 million. But in total, our contributions did decrease about 13 million from what we estimated to be at, which is a good thing, actually. So that is one major piece. And then now let's move to our expenditures. Our general fund unexpenditure changes has the biggest swing as far as where we said we were going to be and where we landed. As you can see, certificated classified salaries went up quite a bit, from 59 million to 72 million, 23 million to 29 million, and benefits kind of follows those. And we'll get into the explanations just recently here. Supplies went down about $293,000, so that's really good. And then services, which is our contracts, services for repairs, those went up about $2 million. And our capital outlay are big, large expenses we purchase, such as buses or whatnot, that went up about $485,000. Our other outgo, which would be like our excess costs of programs that we don't manage here at our, like students that we can't serve because we don't have the programs to serve them. Our county assists us with us, and they charge us what's called excess costs. And so that's where those charges come in from. And then indirect cost actually decreased. Indirect cost is what we charge other programs in our school district for, like administrative costs. So what we did currently is, well, we'll get into it. So certificated salaries, classified salaries, they did have a valid reason of going up, a portion of those. So certificated costs, 400,000 was due to vacation payouts above and beyond what we budgeted. Substitute costs increased by 600,000, and SPED costs increased by 4.2 million. The remaining $7 million of that was due to, I put here understated budget for certificated salaries, but it was intentionally not moved. So we had in certificated, classified salaries, and in our contracted services, we've been discussing with the board all along as far as what we're doing with our categorical funding and our one-time dollars. We had meetings with the board as far as the timing of when what categorical funding expires first. So our first part of money that's expiring in the end of 23-24 would be our ESSER $3. We have got the staffing and positioning, position control aligned to make sure that that funding is fully expended by the end of this fiscal year. However, at estimated actuals, we had budgeted for additional salaries and contracts that we would be moving towards the learning loss. But then the timing just didn't work out, where we have not received board input from the board as to what they would like to see happen with that $18 million of categorical. And technically we have till 2027, 28 to fully expend those funding. So we chose not to move those salaries over, as we said we were budgeting to do at estimated actuals. So when we came time to closing our books, we said we know it's going to be a large swing, but we don't want to move salaries over that to accounts that we really haven't got board input from yet. So we chose not to do that on purpose, which we'll see when we get to the ending balance. You'll see the restricted balance is a lot higher, and the unrestricted drops about 7 million. And so, but there were some legitimate increases that we need to do better on, like such as classified salaries, overtime, sub-cost again, 350K we're over in sub-cost. Pupil transportation costs increased by 124,000. Health tech costs increased by 75,000. And then contracted services, we saw increase in legal fees about 297,000. Software and licenses increase about 283, along with natural gas. And then capital outlay was just over budget because the charter buses expenses that we purchased actually fell in this fiscal year, even though they were ordered in the prior fiscal year. And then indirect costs. We're going to talk about indirect costs as we chose intentionally not to charge special education and routine maintenance account because we realize that they're not funded anyways to the level that they should be, and why are we going to charge them additional costs when it's just like you're just shuffling money at that point. So we chose not to make that switch. Impact on general fund, if you look at, yes.
I just want to see if anyone has questions, because I know that you have information.
I just, on the, I know last time we looked at the budget for last year, transportation was an expense. The buses that we purchased, was that to replace older units, or was that to take our contracted transportation down?
No, that was to, I think that was an expense prior to me getting it, but I think it was to purchase additional buses.
So those were additional.
Yes,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So
So that will put down our transportation budget, so it basically just.
Yeah.
these
It just
were
landed in the
one-time
wrong,
costs that landed in a different fiscal year.
it just landed in the incorrect fiscal year.
So I had a question, if you could go, well, I don't know, yeah, if you could go back a slide. Because looking at your chart initially, so the estimated actuals and the unaudited actuals, both of those are after the close of books.
Estimated actuals, we still have a few months left before we close the books, so
Okay.
we bring forward to you our best estimation as where we think we're gonna land.
Okay, because that was going
Yeah.
to be my question, so what, like, why is there such a big swing?
The
If-
main swing was in those adjustments in those salaries where we had a budget to move out salaries from the unrestricted to those categorical funds, and we chose not to do that intentionally because we wanted to actually at a later study session have a conversation with the board as the use of those particular funds.
I appreciate that, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. And then if you go forward one slide, please. So, there's been a lot of news coverage of overtime costs. It's been something that, like, LAUSD is in the paper for, and I wondered if you could just kind of talk a little bit about some of the safety mechanisms that we have built in to address overtime.
To account for overtime, well, we work with all of our fiscal directors and the needs of that particular department. Normally, we see a lot of overtime in, let's say, facilities, to be honest. I mean, when there's emergencies that happen, you have to address those emergencies, whether that's on a weekend. And so, I mean, we just have to work to mitigate those factors, and we have ongoing dialogue with, our directors to try to manage that. Really, the sub-cost is what I'm really worried about. Those costs have increased dramatically. And we need to get that under control.
And when you say sub-cost, it's not just substitute teachers, you're talking about
No,
subbing for
both.
positions where someone's out sick,
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
okay.
It's both in certificated and classified, so it's not just teachers.
So for the, just looking at the certified salary costs and the substitute, that's just, these individuals are being paid out 400? I'm confused on that, or they just take their,
No, comparatively to what we had, the vacation payouts
Yeah.
you're talking, those are like, if a person leaves the district, or, we have to pay out their vacations and leaves, and so it could be
gotcha.
above and beyond what we budget. We don't know at any given time who's leaving or when they're resigning. We just do,
just has to,
yeah. It's like a cost of separation, I would say.
right.
Yeah.
And then the substitute cost increases, that's just,
So 600,000
Yeah.
is our sub-cost in certificated salaries that was increased from prior fiscal year. So we're seeing an increase year after year in substitute costs.
is this because we're paying more, or is it because people are taking more
I-
time off
It could be a variety, yeah.
due to COVID or anything?
Yeah.
Gina, can you just share a couple of insights as you looked at the data between over the last couple of years?
I'd be happy to. So in the past couple of years, we typically, employees can request a leave of absence for 1 year, but due to circumstances in the last several years, there has been an extension for an additional year, and in several cases in a third year, and so we're getting back in alignment so that we don't continue to incur additional costs for covering folks that are on extended leaves that are not in alignment with our agreements.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so our ending fund balance for unrestricted and restricted total, as you could see, like I mentioned earlier, there's a intentional, our funding balance, ending fund balance decreased from our unrestricted about 7.7 million, but without making those shifts in salaries, that's the impact that it's going to happen. The good thing is, come first interim, if we have a board study session, close or sooner than later, we are able to, if we come to get some direction from the board, we're able to have those adjustments made the other way. And so, yeah, but overall, our ending fund balance, if you look at the restricted side, 17 million in plus, and so we netted about 9.5 million in positive. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what makes up our unrestricted ending fund balance. You have that 17.9 million that was sitting there in the other slide. 6% of that is our reserve for economic uncertainty. The remaining of that, 255,000, is stores, which what we mean is our inventory, the warehouse. Then we have our reserve for 22-23 health and welfare projected savings at 2.3 million. That's been a consistent figure that's been there throughout the year. And then the remaining is to assist in our declining ADA. And that leaves an undesignated ending balance of 0. So next slide would be our restricted balances. So that 40 million ties out to the 2 slides before. And this is what comprises our ending fund balance. You have your arts and music block grant, 4.5 million. Learning recovery grant is 18.5 million. Expanded learning, 9.1 million. Educator effectiveness, 3.5. You have partial tax balance, 2.5. Restricted lottery, 1.4 million. A to G success grant, 549. And then various site district grants, donations, about 647,000. So that is the makeup of your restricted ending fund balance. And so in summary, the total increase in our ending fund balance was 9.5 million. Our reserve is 6%, which meets and exceeds 3%. I still don't, it's not enough. If you look at it, our average payroll is 14 million. With a 6% reserve, it only covers about 1 month of payroll in case of some unforeseen economic circumstances. And so with that, I mean, we're recommending that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023 unaudited actuals financial report. The district continues to need to manage our cash flow. We need to be prudent in our development of our budgets. And the strategy moving forward is to maintain or enhance our reserve due to declining enrollment, prioritizing always. We have, a couple pots of categorical funding that we need to come up with a plan to spend down because you don't want to give any money back to the state. We want to fully spend all the categorical funds. And then, and then just make sure we monitor staffing at all times, look at positions as they become vacant due to attrition, and just have open dialogue and conversation as far as staffing goes. And with that, any questions?
No, it's not a question. It's more about, I remember last year some people had brought up about why we have reserves sitting there. And I just want to make a point again that the reserves are not just sitting there to be sitting there. Sometimes our funding, like you said, the Medicare can be a year away, and in the past, we'd have to pay money to borrow money to cover payroll. So having those reserves and even having those reserves higher saves us money in the long run that we wouldn't be paying another agency to borrow to cover payroll. So I just wanted, because I know there were some questions about it, I just wanted to point out it's not just sitting there because we just want to hoard money. It's actually a money-saving tool just in case our funding doesn't come on time.
Thank you, Trustee Peterson. Also, Asan, can you share with when we did the first bond offering, how having that reserve actually increased our purchasing power through the bond?
Well, you mean the 113 million that was issued with the bond?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, the bond funding really is going to help out the general fund in the long run. I mean, the spirit of the bond is because these projects that will end up falling under the general fund, we don't have that type of funding to take care of some of these major projects.
Oh,
Yeah.
I apologize. I meant in terms of our credit rating.
Right. Sorry,
How
the
it
Moody's
increased our
credit rating.
purchasing
Yes,
power. Yes.
okay.
Yeah. My
So
apologies.
yes, when we went out to issue the bond, one of the factors that we got an improved credit rating was our level of reserve, and us and the board's direction of allowing us to increase our reserve from 3% to 6%. And so that played a heavy factor in reducing the cost to the taxpayers as far as the issuance of the bond.
Could
Sorry,
you explain what that increase in our bond rating actually means to us as far as?
It's a lower cost of, it's a lower interest rate that we're getting to our taxpayers.
Being the new guy, it's kind of new to me, this whole budget thing, especially with the state. So we roughly have an increase to our general fund, about 9.5, 9.6. Is that something that, am I reading that right?
No.
Okay.
So our unrestricted general fund
Right.
decreased about 7.7 million, while our restricted increased 14. So that netting of the two
the
is an
netting.
increase.
Okay.
But it's really, if you look at it, our ending fund balance and our unrestricted decreased, right? We went from 25 million to 17 million. That's why I wanted to focus the conversation on unrestricted, because a lot of that money that's sitting in the restricted is categorical. It's either one time or, for a set period of time, and it's not going to be ongoing. So that huge swing in the salaries that we didn't shift, it's intentional because we knew that, yes, I'll be coming here tonight letting you know that at estimated actuals, I told you we would have a $25 million ending fund balance. All of a sudden, we have $17 million. That's a cause for concern for me. That's a huge decrease. But the justification behind that is we didn't make those shift those salaries to those categorical funding.
Okay, I appreciate you.
What we want to see is an increase in our unrestricted ending balance.
And if I could just add to that too, although it's not the intention of how this the report is structured tonight, what that's reflective of is something we've been spending a lot of time talking about, which is our structural deficit. So that's essentially what we did. What Asan was sharing, we had lengthy conversations about how we were spending down the ESSER $3 because that was really time bound. Several of these other restricted funds go for multiple years, so we have a lot more time to make some decisions. But still, we have that ongoing issue about our structural deficit, which again, as we look at some of the other things that we're doing to address that, PARS being one piece of that. So that's why we're not in any worry about drawing down our unrestricted. What we're more concerned about is, as Asan shared, is making sure that we're having really candid conversations with the board and making really intentional decisions about how we're budgeting. So there's nothing in here that's a surprise. It's more so this was budgeted here and it wasn't budgeted in the restricted fund. Or excuse me, the reverse. It was initially budgeted in the restricted fund, but we didn't move it because we didn't end up having that conversation with the board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so at budget adoption, estimated actuals, we had planned on moving in. We thought we would have, that time permitted, we would have that conversation with the board to get some direction, but that didn't happen. So, I mean, ultimately, we still have time. We have the first interim coming in December and then second interim, so we have plenty of time to make those decisions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of the report, and I'll bring this up at the end of the meeting when we talk about future board items. But I do think, we get a vandalism report on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis. I'm never sure which one, but anyway, we get a vandalism report, and it's helpful to know what's going on in the districts. And I guess from this, my takeaway is that it would be really helpful to understand better our overtime and our sub costs. Because if, I don't know what the base is, but if it's that much, if the the delta is that large, then makes me think that we should probably be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, historically, we budget our sub costs from we do like a 3-year average or so if it's going up significantly year to year, that's definitely something we need to sit down and analyze and have that discussion.
And President Rodriguez, you mentioned future board items. One of the things that will be prepared at the end of the meeting is we had discussed special board meetings related to budget. That kind of quarterly concept will certainly align with one of the timelines that we'll be suggesting, and we can add that portion of the report to that.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I'm one of 5, or 4 for now, right? But we'll see if we'll see if my colleagues agree. But thank you, I appreciate this, Mr. Mirza. We still have 6 minutes, so do we want to jump onto the sunshining or?
Yeah, it's an action item.
I'm sorry, action item. So do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you. And so do we want to move on to the sunshining? Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Wallets.
Hi, thank you. So the item 15D is the sunshine of the articles between the Ventura Education Support Professionals Association, VESPA, and Ventura Unified School District, as well as Ventura's articles that they will be sunshining to VESPA. For your consideration, it's in the attachment.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have questions?
Maybe you could explain what sunshine means not for me, obviously, for the public.
I'd be happy to. So the government code requires the associations in the district to publicly state what their intentions are as we begin the process of engaging in the negotiations season for this school year.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And I understand you guys start tomorrow, so I hope all goes well. It's nice to see our partners in the back, so thank you, and look forward to a good conversation. We have 5 minutes, so we'll go ahead and move on to 15E, sunshine of our contract with VUA.
Thank you. And so this is for the Ventura Unified Education Association, which is our certificated association, and Ventura Unified. Same thing. These are the articles that the association is sunshining to Ventura Unified, and we are sunshining for the association. And yes, we look forward to starting the process hopefully tomorrow morning.
Questions or a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, so I'm going to squeeze in 15F, request for approval of a warehouse vehicle purchase. Mr. Mirza.
Yes, so the warehouse is seeking to purchase a replacement mail carrier van. Currently, the van is 2012, undrivable due to engine repairs and just overall body condition. It's really rusted, estimated at $10,500 alone, the engine. And so the vehicle approximately has 30 daily stops. Currently, they don't have a vehicle. They're utilizing a child nutrition van, which is another problem all on its own because it's funded differently. So they're requesting to purchase a vehicle. And the funding source will be unrestricted lottery, which we do have ending balance that we can utilize for purchase of vans. Yeah.
Was this an anticipated cost, or is it something that we didn't plan on and didn't have budgeted?
This van was, well, we thought we would get it repaired, but the repairs keep adding up. And so after this engine situation occurred, and the amount of money that's been put into it already, it still is not in proper working condition. And so that's where we came up with the idea of, okay, let's see where in the budget can we fit this in. It's not a budgeted item, but we do have ending fund balance in unrestricted lottery, meaning balance that we can utilize that's not allocated for anything yet. at this point.
And what do we do with the old vehicles? So the 2 old vehicles, what do we actually do with them?
We could, we could sell them or dispose of them. We still have it. It's sitting in the transportation yard right now, currently, just inoperable.
And do we look at any donations that we can tax write off if we donate to certain programs?
We can.
Well, we don't even get to, oh yeah, that's right.
So
That's nice, no pay tax. Oh yeah, so then selling them would probably be the.
we could sell them. Yeah, that's most likely what happens. Or if we obsolete them, if they're completely, done.
My question is, as we're looking at renewable resources or renewable electricity, and electrifying our fleet, even our buses. Did we even look at a cargo van that's electric? Because I know they're like 60, we're looking at 62,000 roughly.
So those options are all on the table. So currently we're seeking to get approval to go out and purchase one. In the efforts of time, we were only able to secure the 2 quotes, but by no means that we're tied into any of these vendors. We're just wanting to have approval from the board so that when we do find a good price, a good vehicle, we could go ahead and execute without bringing it back, because the timing of bringing it back, sometimes by the time we get board approval, we go back to the vendor that's already sold. That's where we're running into that issue. But yes, it's a viable option that we can look into. No decision has been made as far as what vehicle to purchase. We just have an estimated cost in front of you with 2 quotes from 2 different vendors, but that by no means are we asking for approval to go with one of these vendors. We're asking for approval to purchase a vehicle.
And is it just one delivery van, cargo, or one van that we have currently?
Yeah.
That's it, okay.
For the mail van, yeah.
Gotcha, thank you.
I support the idea, though, of getting something that's very fuel efficient, because it does actually drive around in circles to all of our sites. So they do put on a lot of miles. So I think more so than many other vehicles in our fleet, they're actually driving every day a long way. So.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great. And so it is almost exactly 7 o'clock. So we will go back to item 14A. And I just want to remind us, we do have some public comments for the public hearing. And we have our new process that will allow the public to comment after the report. So I'm going to open this public hearing regarding the adoption of findings and approve the energy service contract with energy-related improvements to VUSD facilities with NG Services.
Okay, so Ventura Unified District Board of Trustees are holding a public hearing on September 12, 2023 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of taking public comments and adopting a resolution making certain findings and approving an energy service contract with NG Services US for the implementation of certain energy-related improvements to district facilities in accordance with California Government Code Section 4217.10 to 4217.18. The Board of Trustees shall adopt findings that provide, and the energy service contract shall require that the cost to the district to implement the energy-related improvements per this contract will be less than the anticipated marginal cost to the district of thermal, electrical, and other energy that would have been consumed by the district in absence of purchasing the energy improvements. Okay. So at this time, we do have NG here. They wanted to make a small presentation to kind of, NG has come before the board to, in the initial out stages, we went out for an RFQ, and we did all those legal requirements that we needed to. So NG has supplied us with a contract. We did receive an alternate quote, which, was not as good. I would say, I don't know how to put that, I don't know how else to put that, but we have NG here today to kind of go over the presentation. So Asher, I'll let you lead the way.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Castro, staff. My name is Ashu Jain. I'm with NG. I'd like to quickly introduce the rest of the team because they did most of the work, so I want to make sure they're recognized here. I have Amelia Cottrell, who's our business development manager. She's been in front of the board before. Lucia Buendo, she's our lead project engineer, and she's been also in front of your board. Kevin Watson is our project manager, and our project director is actually 8 months pregnant. I know she's on YouTube watching us, so, so she couldn't be here. So with that, I'm going to take you briefly through the presentation. Please interrupt me at any time if you have any questions. So,
Which is this? Because I thought we were on 14 and stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt earlier. The presentation is actually attached to one of the subsequent action items.
To the resolutions.
Right. So so my recommendation would be, the president has opened the public hearing. We can hear public comments, and then during the board's deliberation period, we can go ahead and respond to the board's questions, and then we can potentially close the public hearing and then move into the action items where those presentations are aligned with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I do have 2 public comments regarding this item. The first is from Douglas O'Brien, and the second is from Cheryl Kohler.
Greeting board members. My name is Douglas O'Brien. I'm a resident here in Ventura, and I have 2 kids in the district. I'm a certified energy manager, and over the last 15 years, I've had the opportunity to help this district with a variety of energy projects. First, while working for the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, and then working for the Southern California Regional Energy Network, which is a CPUC-funded program. During that time, I helped identify and project manage energy efficiency projects that provided the district with over $800,000 of annual energy savings and helped secure $150,000 worth of incentives. I want to emphasize to all of you that the school district is still enrolled in this program. The Southern California Regional Energy Network, and as a member, you are entitled to a range of free energy efficiency project development services. In fact, SoCalRen is partnering with NG to make sure that projects like the one proposed in this contract receive the maximum amount of energy savings and incentives possible. I strongly recommend that as an effort moves into the design phase, you request that NG engage SoCalRen to ensure you get the most savings and the most incentives possible. A final suggestion I want to make to you this evening, I suspect most of you have heard of the Inflation Reduction Act. You may not be aware that in the act they change a key tax rule. Right now, public agencies are allowed to get a 30% tax rebate on all energy projects, particularly around electrification. So that's potentially $12 million you can get back on this project. That's it. If you've got any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you very much. And Cheryl.
I get this right, there we go. Good evening, trustees and superintendent and staff. My name is Cheryl Collard. I'm a Ventura resident. I reside in District 3. I'm speaking tonight to support your item 14A, which would be to enter into this agreement with the NG group. I'm here speaking to encourage the district to make this investment at this time to be an example of what a public agency can do to improve the efficiency of its facilities, upgrade its facilities, and particularly in response to changing climates, maintaining campus security and safety, and in special circumstances that we know are rising regularly in our community. We need to have facilities that are ready for this, and this contract, I think, will help support that. I also want to suggest that there should be strong support and encouragement between the business staff and the maintenance staff to make sure that as this goes forward, there's sufficient tracking of use, of bills, how we're doing with it to maximize and leverage whatever projects are undertaken to be the maximum benefit. And as noted, things might fit with the IRA and possibly other school grants and other funds that are anticipated to be coming forward for school facilities. I also think it's an opportunity to engage students and families with these projects. Everybody's talking about energy, electricity. One of the school districts in our county refers to their electric buses, their Tesla bus. You need to move forward with these things. This is a beginning of doing some good work, and I hope you will use this as an opportunity to actually develop more of a climate plan, a better facility plan, so that your facilities are really in better condition for the public and for your students. And better than reading my horoscope this morning was an article in the LA Times, which is on the editorial page, and it's how California schools can finally quit burning fossil fuels. It's a great article. It talks about the anticipation of students having 10% educational achievement gains when they're in a better facility. So I'll leave this with your staff. I'm sure everybody reads a paper. I'm still old school. I like it with my coffee. And I, again, just encourage you to move forward with this. In a prior life, I served for 10 years as the director of the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. So I know some of the projects that we engage with this district and other public agencies in the county. We can't miss this opportunity. You really need to go forward with this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. That is it for public comments. Board members, do you have any questions regarding this hearing item? If not, then I will close this public hearing. And we will move to item 15A, which is the resolution making certain findings related to energy conservation services and approving the agreement for renewable electrical generating facilities. Mr. Mirza.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's it follows the public hearing. Part of the public hearing is now we need to, we're asking the board to adopt this resolution to approve an agreement for renewable electric generating facilities with NG Services.
The only question I would have is, have we taken into account what Mr. O'Brien said? Is there any other savings we might be able to make by looking into some of that stuff?
What I believe Mr. O'Brien says, maybe the presentation.
That was, I think, highlighted in the presentation you did for us before, where that
good segue.
That rebate was included in the original presentation that you gave us, correct?
Yeah.
And just before he starts, I'd just like to make a statement that I know a lot of people were confused about why we changed how we did the public comment. But I think this first item is a great example of why, because normally someone would come up, ask a question, we would wait 2 hours later, and the answer would happen 2 hours later. Now, when someone comes up for public comment, we're going to have the answers right now. And I think that's just a much more efficient way of doing business. And I think getting the information out there quicker and faster to the people that have the public comment is going to benefit us in the future.
Perfect. So yeah,
oh, thank you. All right, so your board approved the selection of NG based on a request for qualification back on June 27th. And since that time, we've been working with Mr. Mirza, Ms. Allison, and Mr. Dutter and on their staffs, and they've been phenomenal because, you know, even though we had 2.5 months to put it together, it really is an extensive effort to do, you know, almost 50% engineering and then, you know, come back with guaranteed pricing, guaranteed savings, and we couldn't have done it without the, you know, the huge cooperation we got it from your staff. So I'm going to take you through this presentation. Please interrupt me at any time with any questions. All of this should not be new to you because it's fairly similar to what we presented as a feasibility study. So next slide. So the district will be spending around spending around $3 million, let's say, on an average, on electricity for all your facilities. Next slide. So what we are recommending is to complete the LED lighting. So LED lighting is already retrofitted in most of your schools, but there were certain schools, I think there are 8 or 9 schools that it was not completed because of Prop 39 funds weren't sufficient. So we are completing that effort. And of course, LED lighting is, saves you around half the energy consumption, and it's it's actually virtually maintenance free, and it's better quality lighting. Next slide. Sports field lighting, that's really something that communities love because it is really phenomenally, when you see it, you'll notice it doesn't spill over, it's low pollution, of course, much better savings, and the lamps are guaranteed for 25 years, parts and labor, and it's all controlled by a handheld device. Any person with a cell phone and the requisite passwords can control this lighting. And previously you had to wait 15-20 minutes for the lights to come on and go off. Now it's instantaneous. So it's really, and it's very focused lighting. The residents around the schools would love it too. So we've been doing a lot of these, and we've never had a negative response to this. Next slide, please. So the solar project's pretty similar to what we presented to the board before. It's 4.7 megawatts across 25 sites. And, we have worked extensively with staff, with site staff, and to figure out where to locate the panels. Either we were limited to this size of the system, either based on the electricity bill, or a lot of times, like at Ventura High School, we just don't have enough space to install solar panels. So we were limited by that. Next slide. As I think one of the residents who came here and mentioned, we should always try and do projects which impact your students. And of course, our company does that very well, and we worked extensively with your staff, and Amelia will talk to you more about that.
Yeah, I'll just talk very briefly about this. So we worked with Ms. Powers, Ms. Muller, Dr. Dawes. We've had a few calls with them, and this is kind of the fun part. So we do this at our cost, and it's our way of giving back to your kids and letting them see, okay, you're building solar panels. What does this mean for us? What does this mean for our future? And so we have been kind of having fun brainstorming about where some gaps you guys have and where we can come in and fill those. So at NG, we have 5 teachers on staff, and we work with you on this program for 4 years. So even after the project is done, it's a long-term partnership. And some of the things we've discussed, we haven't lined the scope out for sure, and we'll do that, in the next coming months because we have 4 years. There's no rush. But we've discussed paid internships for your students, fully paid by us in interest areas of their choosing. We've discussed doing hands-on learning kits for some of your middle school age kids. We provide curriculum. There was a lot of discussion about maybe doing some of it in the summer school. So again, the opportunities are endless. If anybody has any thoughts or they want us to focus on specifically, we're happy to do that. But your staff has been very excited and wonderful to work with. So that's all.
Thank you. So I wanted to take you through the financial analysis. So this project cost is $38.9 million, and electricity costs have been increasing phenomenally. In fact, well over 6%. They have been in the 10 to 15% range. In fact, since we've been in front of the board, there's been a 5% increase by Edison. So we expect the savings from the solar project are estimated at $1.9 million. That's column number 3. Projected solar energy's second column, I guess. Lighting savings of $243,000, and the O&M savings, which is the savings from not having to replace lamps and ballasts constantly. That's estimated as per this California Energy Commission guidelines of $109,000. Somebody mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act. Of course, we, as a company, we are dedicated. We have 4 or 5 people who are working full-time on Inflation Reduction Act. And according to our calculations, you should see $14 million coming back in Inflation Reduction Act cash payment after completion of the project. And most of the guidance of the Inflation Reduction Act is out, except for the low income. There are 5 schools that fall into low income category. Low income actually opens up on October 1st. It opens up every year. It'll open up for a month, and you're only, without getting into a lot of technical details, you only have around 200 megawatts in that programs countrywide, and we have 4.7 for you. So we would like to, we are going to make all efforts to apply as quickly as possible. We need a signed contract to do that. That's all we need, and an interconnection application that were filed back in April. So our intention would be to file the low-income application, which is not even out yet, as soon as we can in October. So
I had a question on that.
Yes, sir.
So when Mr. O'Brien came up, so we're part of a group that is like an auditor to make sure that, so like when we sign your contract and you're going to do the project, does that group audit to make sure you're getting the tax credit? How do you guys partner to work together?
Right. So SoCal REN is, they get funded by, ratepayers, basically the public goods charge in your bills. And so there are incentives that they have nothing to do with the Inflation Reduction Act. So they have incentives that we can go, like if you change out air conditioning, they can offer incentives for that.
Oh,
so,
they actually offer the incentive.
Yes.
Okay,
So
that's what I was confused
right.
on. I thought maybe they were like a group that makes sure you apply, but they actually have the incentives.
They actually have the incentives in
Okay.
working with SCE. So we will work with them. I'm not sure if there are any incentives for LED lighting because it's all Title 24 now, but we will work with them. If there are any incentives, that's something we do. So we will work
Okay.
with them on getting you the incentives for LED lighting. The
Thank you.
solar, there is no incentive from SoCal REN.
So working with them is still independent of us applying for this IRA direct payment. We could still
Right.
do that.
And anything we can get on behalf of the district comes to the district. It doesn't come to us. So, but we'll file all the applications and all that for SoCal REN. Yeah, we'll work with them, definitely. So that's 14 million. And we, as I mentioned before, we completely maintain the solar project. Anything that goes wrong with the solar project's on us for 20 years. And we guarantee the savings for 20 years also. So all in all, you can see that, you're going to save around 16 million in the first year. And, starting with 2 million as the rates escalate, over the life of the project, we are showing that you're going to save $106 million. LED lighting has life of 25 years. Solar panels have 30 years. So, for a 30-year project, we feel that we think that you'll save well in excess of 100 million. When we presented the feasibility, we've actually exceeded what we told you at that time by around 12 million. So those were budget numbers. These are guaranteed numbers. So we are saying that we've come back with $12 million better numbers this time around after completing all the engineering and final cost and savings.
So what I hear you saying is if we bring you back in a few months, you might even find us more money?
I see why you're the president of the board. We will definitely keep trying to get you more grants and incentives. Okay, next slide. We just, because electricity has been escalating so fast, we're giving you another viewpoint that, at 7%, it's going to be, instead of 106 million, you're going to end up at $130 million. So that's the potential, but in excess of 100 million. As last time, if you can go to the next slide, we always like to do a sensitivity analysis, like what happens if you get just the base. So the base credit, as the gentleman mentioned, is 30%. But then you have a 10% bonus in certain schools for low income, And then something called energy communities. All the schools are in energy communities, and you get 10% for that. So what I'm trying to show here is that, if you look at 6% escalation, the best case, you're going to save around $106 million. And if you want to, rate of return is around 12%, 9.2 simple payback, 9.2 years. The worst case is if you get nothing, which is not possible because you'll at least get the base credit. That's, it's a 10-year program. You have $170 billion in the program. There's no question of money running out. And this hasn't even started. You can't even apply it. So at the worst case, even if you don't get anything, you're still saving $92 million with a simple payback of 12.9 while the life is 30 years. This is a very attractive project financially. Next slide. I don't know if there were any questions on the previous two slides, or should I finish the presentation? Okay. The board president mentioned last time, you should reach out to the local, and we always do that, but you said make sure you reach out to the local contractor community because, obviously it's in our best interest and in your best interest also to have as much of the work local as possible. And, we did a pretty good job. We reached out to all these companies. They were all recommended. They were on a list that your facility staff gave us. And we did some of it we did on our own research. And we contacted each and every one of them. And we have proposals for some of them. We don't decide contracts until the board approves the project and we do final engineering, go through DSA, and that's when we let subcontracts out. But it's our assurance to the board that we're gonna, be doing our due diligence to make sure that, the local companies get a fair shot at it. And, as a normal practice in our company, every contractor that we decide will run by our staff. We don't let out POs before running them by our staff. So that's the local contractor outreach. Let's see. So here I'm capturing all the benefits.
I have one question about
the
local contractors. Is it possible, because sometimes on the board, like companies will ask us, like, what are you guys doing to use local companies? Is it possible at the end of the project to say like how much how much money we send into local companies from the school district? Is that possible?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. That would be something that I think would be beneficial for us because, and sometime in public hearings it says, well, are you guys using local labor? Are you guys using this?
We can say, do a lot more than that. We can quantify the number of jobs we've created locally, the stimulus in the local economy, because we have all those statistics on our project.
That'd be a great report and an asset for us to have.
We'll definitely do that.
Real quick, so for contracting, that's going to be handled by your company,
yes.
Not so much ours.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might not actually take all these bids. You might actually, if there's a lower bid somewhere else, not local, that could be, or are you prioritizing local contractors?
It depends on, all this is negotiated by us under Government Code 4217. We're not required to take the lowest bid. So we will work with your staff, and it depends on, we'll have to figure something out with staff. So it's a very close. We work in great partnership with staff to figure out. So if there is somebody who's maybe a little bit higher, but your staff really wants them, we can make that happen. And that doesn't mean, we'll come back with a change order or something. So it all depends if we might save something here and, spend it there. So yeah, but we'll work very closely with staff on that. It's contractor selection. So the benefits of the project, you're saving over $100 million in your general fund, reduce 70% of your overall electricity spend. Electricity costs are rising so fast that anything that you can produce on site, the less dependent you are on, electricity cost increases. We filed your NEM, Net Energy Metering 2.0 application, so you're grandfathered into the savings for 20 years. You should receive $14 million in Inflation Reduction Act cash. And of course, the rest is pretty self-evident. We guarantee 95% of the savings that we mentioned there. And it's, the environment, it's good for the environment. These solar projects will equal into removing 1,390 cars off the road annually. I think I have one more slide. I can quickly go through that.
There is one more slide, but I do want to pause here only because right now we're looking at the board resolution. And the rest of this talks about a timeline. I also think that some of the dates are off on the timeline. So I just want to kind of refocus on where we are in this process. So right now, the board has the opportunity to take action on the resolution, which by and large for the general's public, we've heard where we are in the process, how we've reached here. The resolution talks about a couple of things, the board's contribution, the board's commitment to energy savings, fiscal sustainability, and there is an element that specifically mentions ENGIE, given the parameters of the process and the RFQ process that we went through to get here. So that's by and large what's in the resolution.
Thank you. Board, if you have any questions, now's the time to ask them. I do have 2 public comments.
Yeah, I just have one more question. So for the PV cells, our solar panels, do you have a warranty with that, and what is the life expectancy of one of those panels?
So the solar panels are warranted for 25 years. They have a performance warranty for 25 years. They cannot lose more than 15% of their, they cannot degrade more than 15% over 25 years. And we have factored that into our calculations. If you see in our cash flow, it mentions 0.5% per year degradation. So that's guaranteed by us. The life of the solar panel is generally considered 30 years at least.
Thank you. I have 2 public comments that I'm going to invite up now. So I have Ashley Pope and Ryan Graf.
Good evening, school board trustees. My name is Ashley Pope, and I'm here to speak tonight on item 15B. In this community that I love so much, I am blessed to wear many hats. Tonight, I'm speaking only as a parent.
Ashley, just one moment. I just was a point of clarification. You said you're here to speak to item 15B, the contract?
Sorry, 15A.
Okay.
We changed it. Sorry about that. 15A, we had some debate on which one. Yeah.
Can we just start over?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Stop the clock.
All right.
Okay.
Starting over. I'll change that one. Dear Ventura, or not, it's not a letter. Ventura School Board Trustees, good evening. My name is Ashley Pope, and I'm here to speak tonight on item 15A. In this community that I love so much, I'm blessed to wear many hats. Tonight, I'm speaking as a parent, community member, and one of your very own Measure E Oversight Committee members. Measure E Committee has met twice. In the first meeting, we reviewed a sheet that I did not bring up here, but it's that sheet that has all the dots, and it's the master plan for Measure E that was made a year ago or so. And I affectionately call that sheet the dot sheet. It was meant to highlight all the projects that we hope to be able to finish in the next 20 years with the bond. I'm a list person, so I really appreciated getting that visual. And within the first 20 minutes of the first Bond Oversight Committee, it was made clear to the Bond Oversight Committee by VUSD staff that all of the bond projects would not be completed by the funds that were designated by this bond. My heart sunk. $500 million and still not enough to check out all the projects is concerning and sad. Our kids, teachers, staff, community members, and taxpayers all deserve for these projects to be completed. At the second meeting, it was mentioned in passing that a huge solar project was soon going under contract using bond dollars. Although solar is in the bond language, it is not on the initial list of projects to be completed, and let alone any indication that it would take 10% of those bond funds, $40 million. In the Bond Oversight Committee meeting, I asked if the rebates would be slated to go back into the bond fund and was told no. The plan was for them to go into the general fund, as would the energy savings from the solar project. Staff is proud that this project would pay for itself in 10 to 15 years. I agree that is great, except for that it's paying for itself out of the bond fund and into the general fund. Some may question if this rebate situation is legal. My question is more, is it in the spirit of the bond? I voted yes on this bond because I stand here on a regular basis and ask you, school board trustees, to spend extra on our kids with special needs, to pay them extra attending, to give them the best of the best so that they may have an independent future, or the most independent future possible. I voted for this bond for our kids.
30 seconds.
Solar is exciting, but I ask you, tonight, if 10% of our bond is spent on solar, what 10% of those projects will be cut? Security cameras, ramps, railings, playgrounds, fire alarms, air conditioning. If we move forward with solar on all 26 sites, we should absolutely direct the rebate of those $10 to $16 million back to the bond fund. Let's finish the projects we committed to. And side note, any $40 million project should absolutely include a local preference for contractors. Had to throw that in there. Absolutely 100%. Keep it local. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And up next, Ryan Grau.
Thank you, trustees. My name is Ryan Grau, and I'm here today representing the Ventura County Taxpayers Organization. I should also note that I too serve on the Bond Oversight Committee as Vice Chair. Ventura taxpayers are concerned about the fast-track portion of the Measure E to install solar panels in our schools. Our schools need repairs. They need roofs, floors, furniture, better security cameras, and doors. Instead, Ventura Unified prioritizes the solar panels. Okay, I understand the cost savings, and long-term it looks attractive. However, Section 806 of the service contract has a vaguely referenced energy savings rebate generated from the solar panels' energy efficiency. Instead of reinvesting these savings into our school repairs, apparently the district wishes to funnel them into the general fund. This revelation is deeply troubling. Moving these $14 million, I had 12 before, $14 million in savings into the general fund is a blatant misuse of funds intended to make much needed repairs in our schools. It subverts the spirit of the bond. The hardworking taxpayers who supported Measure E had a clear expectation that these investments would directly benefit our students and our school facilities, not fix a deficit. The bond resolution language in Section A9 explicitly states the following, quote, the district capital needs currently exceed the amount of bonds the voters are being asked to authorize. The district plans to pursue funds from other sources to advance the identified projects to the extent possible. If matching funds from the state or any other source become available, they will be used for and applied to the bond project list. Let's be clear about the numbers. Ventura Unified is spending $39 million on these solar panels. They're receiving $14 million rebate. When you deduct the rebate, they're paying $25 million for the panels. The difference is significant, and the district should clarify this way. The district should allocate taxpayer funds transparently to the projects and initiatives the voters intended. The district must follow the language of the bond measure and apply the funds to the bond project list. The Ventura County taxpayers call upon the trustees of VUSD to consider this course of action. We urge you to make the responsible and ethical choice by directing the energy savings rebate into Measure E funds where it belongs. Again, our schools are in dire need of repairs and improvements, and every dollar counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grau. Trustees, any questions or comments?
That's for Son. The money in our general fund is used to help any program. So let's say a program gets a grant of $1 million. And to actually run the program, it costs $1.4 million. Don't we use the money from the general fund to help those programs? So any money that goes into the general fund would actually be used directly for the students?
Yes. Any money that goes into the general fund is utilized for not only students, but our facilities as well. We talked about earlier our unaudited actuals, our routine maintenance account that is our facilities that are in need of dire repair.
So when we have a tree fall that is normally not in our budget, the tree falls, we have to use overtime to send someone from facility to repair the trees. That money has to come from the general fund because it's not actually allocated from a place.
Yes.
So any money that goes back into the general fund is going back into facilities and it's going back for our students. 100%.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
So I guess a point of clarification on that, because we do have a facilities fund. I'm not sure I would consider it fair to categorize that those things come directly from the general fund, because we have a facilities fund which is primarily earmarked for those kind of maintenance related.
The routine maintenance restricted account is, which equates to about $8 or $9 million of expenses every year, is from the general fund. We do have a capital facilities funds that is for like new buildings, like removal of, I would say, like those portables, and that's what we use that funding for. But it's just, there's no continued funding for that. We don't have a funding source that funds that. It's just balance that's residual that eventually is going to go away. But the routine maintenance account accounts for the majority of our facility repairs.
With our needs and facilities being so great and the bond not being able to fund it all, what would be the rationale of not putting the money back in the bond fund?
Go ahead, Mr. Mirza, and then I'll follow up. Yeah.
The rationale would be that, as we go through the bond projects, there's still a portion of this, as we get new buildings, there still needs to be maintenance and general upkeep of ongoing costs that we need to make sure that we maintain. And there is no funding source that's available for that. So as you see, the routine maintenance account is funded through a general fund contribution. So that is the justification of utilizing. And nothing states in statute that legally that the energy savings generated have to be put back into the bond.
Thank you, Hassan. Two other things. One, if you can also think about energy efficiency savings that we implement from an array of things that end up benefiting the general fund in general. So if you can give that a thought. But the one other thing that I think this is a good opportunity to reverse the question, which is how did the district end up in a position where we have $1 billion worth of liability in repairs in the first place? And that kind of answers the question about the general fund. If we aren't in a place to be able to build up our general fund for the purpose of ongoing maintenance, we end up in a very similar place of facilities that are outdated and in disrepair. So I think that that's a really important thing to state in terms of the other things that we have, efficiencies that are built in. Those do end up assisting us in the general fund because we no longer pay for those things. So, Asana, can you talk
I was just
about
thinking like the water heaters, more efficient water heaters at Ventura that was just replaced. The efficiency that we implemented with the selection of those water heaters, those offset of savings are not going to be put back into the bond fund. Just like HVAC, as we go and replace HVACs across the site to more energy efficient, utilizing LED lighting, those offset of savings don't go back into the bond fund either. Those are generated through the bond to help alleviate the general fund because we have an ongoing cost in the general fund that we need to ensure that we have the capacity to tackle.
So I'll just say that for me, there's a distinct difference between energy savings. So the money that we're saving from not having to pay for our electricity by going solar should absolutely 100% be in the general fund because it's a savings. I feel like this rebate should remain in the bond fund because essentially, what we're telling the community is we know we're not going to be able to touch all the things that we have said we need to do, that we've asked you to dip into your pocket to help us address. And I And if we're getting this significant amount of money back, that's a rebate, it's not savings, it's a rebate, it should be rebated to the fund and used for the projects that we've identified for the community. That's my priority, but.
No, I disagree, because if everything that we do is to benefit the school as a whole. The reason why we have better lights in the football field, you can see better, is more enjoyment. The reason why we have better lights in the classroom is because it brings up the education level. If the rebate is going to be used to enhance facilities and students, to me, I'm getting a dual benefit from it. If I get a $29 million rebate and I only can use it for facility things, if I get a $29 million rebate, but I can use it for what we need to enhance the education of our students, to me, that's a better use of the money than putting it back into a restricted fund where we only can spend it on maintenance, or we only can spend it on a restricted action. The more leeway we have to move and turn on a dime, to me, that money is used more efficiently than just putting it right back into a restricted fund. If we need to use it, we can still use it. But if you put it back into the fund, you cannot. So it gives us, if that's what we feel we need to do, we still can do it. But as soon as you put it back in the fund, it's restricted. So I think being able to have it unrestricted and use it where we actually need it is a better financial option for us.
I forgot what I was going to say. As far as that rebate, we might not even get it, right? I mean, 2024 comes along, it could be repealed very easily.
Yeah, he gave, Ashu gave examples of both, you know, our savings, what it is with it and without it. So even without it, it's a $92 million savings throughout the life of the project. So yeah, I mean, but we don't, we're going to get it, something. Yeah.
I think since this is a first read, I'd like to bring it back, give us time to think about it. That's my feeling.
On the motion, what are we, to think about it, what are we talking about what we're going to do with the funds, or just the actual?
Which includes how the funds will be used.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'd like to move to approve.
I guess, well, I can't. We have to have a second, right? I can't say anything until we have a second, correct?
Yeah, there's no second.
Yeah. I think waiting a month would be fine for something as a big purchase as this, personally, to kind of cover all bases so we can let the community know where we stand.
Okay, from a staff perspective, I think this would also be a good opportunity for us to understand as we come back potentially with a different resolution and then, of course, a different contract. There seems to be an issue with the board wanting to understand if there were to be a rebate, which is right now a hypothetical but probable outcome. There will still be the issue of the financing then. So, for example, we are coming forward with the most cost-effective measure to realize the most amount of return on the district's money. We can come back with financing options, which I think would be really beneficial for us to do in terms of that will reduce the potential overall savings that we have because we would be moving into some hypothetical scenarios because, so for example, whether or not we get the rebate, if that money goes back into for example, our bond funds, then that would be, we still need some sort of offset to pay for the difference in cost for the actual contract. So we'll be prepared to come in with different scenarios about how we end up funding this if that $15 million doesn't, or about $14 million doesn't end up coming back into the general fund.
I don't understand. If all the money for this, if the $39 million is coming out of the bond, why would we be needing to fund something?
We just
without
have
the rebate?
Because we're looking at different funding options. So all of the hypotheticals that we looked at, the 6%, 6 and 7% rebate, all of those were based on, I believe, our cash contribution, right? So we would end up potentially needing to change what those projections look like. So that would be that.
But I don't
The
think
cash
any-
option would be, it remains to be fully funded from the bond. Now, where we put the IRA, that's really up to the board's discretion, right? So I think tonight, the resolution is allowing us to move forward with the contract, and that's what we're seeking approval for, but doesn't mean that the board can't direct staff that, hey, after you guys come to an agreement, after the board comes to an agreement that, hey, we want to use when and if you do, like 3 years later, get the IRA, the funding, this is where we would like to see the dollars put back. So that's always an option. So by you guys approving or choosing to bring it back, it doesn't change the fact that the IRA, you guys still could make the decision at any time to direct staff where to put that funding.
When we were to actually receive it.
Actually were to
Right.
receive it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So so if we approve it tonight, we still can change it at any time where we want the rebate to go if we get the rebate.
You're approving the resolution
We're
for
just-
us to work with NG and taking these assumptions into consideration, but there's no way that it states in this resolution that we have to utilize this IRA back into the general fund. So what I'm essentially telling you is later on, that decision still can be made at any time. Like, hey, no, the board directs staff to put this $14 million back into the bond. That's something that we would just need direction for. But it doesn't change the fact whether we move forward or not with the resolution.
So my approval still stands. I want to approve.
Your motion still stands, sorry. Okay.
So with that clarification, I'll second.
Oh, sorry. So that rebate comes in 2026 when the project's completed. So we would have to, the project will be completely done by then. And we're just waiting on that possible rebate.
So between now and then, we would have to have that discussion as where
Right.
you guys would like to see the funds deposited back into. That doesn't change the financing of it. The financing is fully still bond funded because we can't fund this project cash or finance out of the general fund. And so it'd still be a bond funded project. The IRA, am I messing that up? IRA, yeah.
It's the IRA rebate.
Yeah, that's open. That's open for discussion at any point. Just tonight, whether you guys approve this or push it out to a later time does not change that fact that we would still need to have that discussion as where you would like to see that rebate back.
So we have a first and a second, so is
Yes.
there any other discussion?
Okay, thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, and now the approval of the contract with NG. So I just want to say that from the very beginning, you guys have been really fantastic to work with. You've provided like so much assistance to us in a very short period of time to get the net metering 2.0 done and all of the engineering work. Really appreciate all of that. And of course, you've been here countless times to talk with us
Not at
about
all,
this.
and it's all working with your staff. We couldn't have done it alone. Thank you.
No questions, just, I'm looking forward to becoming more of a greener school district.
Yeah, I'm excited just for the aesthetics of it. It just looks nice.
So I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great. Looking forward to a greener future. Oh, yes. So it is 7:30, so the board traditionally takes a break at this point for 10 minutes. So we will take a brief recess. Great. Thank you for allowing us that short recess. And now we are going to continue where we left off at item 15G, the bond program manager, Mr. Mirza.
Okay, actually, I'm going to introduce Adam Dutter. He's our new bond manager to the board, and he'll walk us through the steps and the process of the RFQ and the RFP process for the bond program manager.
Good evening, board. Nice to be in front of you all finally. So the district released the RFP for the program construction manager May 19th, closed July 10th. Thankfully, all of the applicants were held until I started, and so and a week or day 2, my calendar was already pre-populated with 7 interviews. It was fantastic. So we received 10 applicants. Mr. Mirza and the staff and Terry, Allison, everybody beforehand, and narrowed it down to 7. So we did 7 interviews, knocked them out in a day. It was great. Afterwards, the bond team, we went through and checked, kind of did a, after the interviews, we narrowed it down to a short list. Then we took that short list in the bond team and we called all the references that were on there. Naturally, everybody's references were fantastic. If you put them on an RFP, you would expect them to be good references. But we also did a little bit of digging ourselves. Obviously, it's a small industry, and we were able to discuss all the shortlisted firms with various other professionals throughout the industry as well as in the county. So after doing all of that and having a second meeting, we actually, the bond team got together with Ms. Allison as well, and we wanted to move forward with Balfour Beatty. Balfour Beatty is currently working in limited capacity with the district. They have a long history within the county. Of course, they had glowing references in their packet, but as well as people they probably didn't know we would call. And two of the senior project managers are actually Ventura Unified graduates. So, and they're still fairly local. So they have a vested interest in it. As well as one of the components we really liked was their fee structure. Being on a T&M basis, they can kind of pull back and ramp up as we do throughout the year, depending on if we've got, we're laying the groundwork right now. And as we get rolling, we've got 30 projects going one summer, and we can have different project superintendents on site with Balfour while the bond team can kind of manage and oversee all of it with the help of Mr. Henderson and Mr. Dennis. So that was kind of the process. Any questions?
Sorry, I feel like I need to take like a big step back and ask you to explain a little bit more about kind of where this falls in the hierarchy of this program, because we haven't done this in 30 years. So I don't really understand the difference between some of these various components.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe my colleagues have a solid grasp on this, but I feel like it would be helpful to understand a little bit more about.
No, I was actually waiting. Hopefully somebody was going to explain it without me having to ask the question. But that didn't work. So yeah, I'm with Sabrina.
No problem. So the bond team obviously currently consists of myself. We have a bond facilities planner, and we have a bond construction project manager. And we have a couple. We have that's about it right now. So that is it actually right now. So Balfour Beatty will assist us with obviously the implementation plan. We have, the needs assessment is a extremely robust document. And so we will kind of start narrowing that down into basically a roadmap. That's the first step. We have some quick start projects that we're calling quick start projects that we can jump on right away. But with Balfour's assistance, we will start developing that implementation plan and the roadmap. That will pretty much guide us down the path for the bond. Now, it is a living document, obviously. It will change as we go. And then they will also assist us with bid packages, scope of works, obviously job walks and all of that. And then during the construction phase as well. And that's where you see probably in the proposal, there's some calls out superintendent, assistant superintendent. That's for during the construction phase.
So in reality, actually, this contract is for program management and construction management. We need bodies. We have a $434 million project, and we have 3 people to operate the projects. And that's not sufficient enough. Our strategic plan would be to eventually build up our own team internally, right? To be able to have multiple construction managers, because we're going to have projects that are going to be launching at the same time, right? You're going to have a bunch of playground projects, a bunch of fencing projects, or a bunch of HVAC roofing projects, and multiple different sites. So we need a team of people that we could call on to work with that could help us launch and get these projects through DSA and help us with that piece
So
of it.
we have our project manager, and sometimes we might need 2 people, or we might need 10 people. So we bring somebody in with a bigger company that can
Yes,
can send us what we need instead of having them on our own payroll.
Yes. Because essentially, we can't find them. We have the job recruitments out there. It took us several months to find Mr. Adam ourselves, right? I mean, luckily we got him.
From my own experience, one of the greatest services they will provide is basically what they call the on-site superintendent, the person that is looking at the people doing the work, the contractors, and saying, no, you did this wrong, you got to fix it. That's not what the specs say, you got to do this.
No.
As well as what Mr. Mercer said about helping get these plans and stuff through DSA and making sure that we're meeting all the state requirements. But you need somebody on site that's keeping an eye on the contractors to make sure they're not making shortcuts and that they're following the specs as laid out in the bids.
And then those go back to the project manager, and the project manager relays that to
Ultimately,
staff, and then staff relays to us?
Yes, ultimately, the bond project, Adam would be, overseeing those projects, and then, we'll bring them to the board as the projects come to light and seek approval for, giving you guys an outline of, essentially, we probably want to do a study session with the board to kind of get you the sequencing and the scoping of what's upcoming, the planning piece, and then as you see the projects with their contracts and costs associated, we would put them at a board agenda item for approval.
So if the wrong type of fence is going up, we'll find out right away.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can make those.
Yeah. So you said they're very well known in the county. Is there any other projects they worked on, or any other school projects, PLAs or anything like that?
That Balfour is working
on?
on? Yes, there are. They're actually here. Would you like to speak with them, Dennis?
And just before we invite them up, I wanted to also go just a little bit more globally. We're talking about managing some bond projects. Adam and Asan, can you talk about just the current workload? Because we have current projects that we're working on that are demanding staff time, that are going through the week into late evenings on weekends. Can you talk about how this assists us in being able to balance our staff time and ability to manage multiple projects?
So currently we're utilizing our lovely facility folks to help us with the workload. But as you can see, facilities and bond, they are correlated and they'll continue to work together, but we cannot have staff time that needs to be designated to the upkeep and maintenance of our facilities to be also responsible for helming the bond projects as well. And so really it's a program management team and a construction management team that we are seeking to help us get these projects moving and, utilizing the tax money, the funding that we received appropriately.
Another thing that's going to drive us all crazy is what's called change orders. And one of the things they will do is they will be managing change orders for us to make sure the changes are requested. And sometimes it actually turns out to the good. They bring us change orders with the cost of the project went down. Yeah. But most of the time, projects are going to go up in cost this day and age. But having somebody that can manage those change orders and make sure that we're not getting ripped off, but the work is actually needed. One example is one time I had a school where we were doing a limited sewer project. By the time we were done, we ended up doing the whole sewer system because it was just so rotten that we just couldn't do the limited stuff. And basically that was all by the manager that I had on the project, able to tell me what needed to be done. And you know, I finally just threw my hands up in the air and said, do the whole school and let's get it over with. So.
And this will be funded through the bond, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But to answer your question, they are currently working and have worked in Rio School District, Oak Park, Oxnard Union High School District, Oxnard Elementary. So,
And their office is located.
And their office is located in Oxnard.
Mm-hmm.
So they are. That was one of the other pieces that we liked about when we started narrowing it down, was somebody local, of course.
Can you talk a little bit about this roadmap and then kind of when it would come back to the board?
Well, that would be the first task for our bond manager is to develop with the firm that's selected based on board approval to work on the first 3 years of a roadmap. And roadmap meaning what projects are going to be launched right out of the gate, and the sequencing and the timing and concurrently, and how's that going to work with our current school schedule to minimize student impact, interfering with student impact, and just the timing of the purchases. And that's what the bond program management team would really take care of. Like, for instance, HVAC, there may be a lead time for like 1.5 years for us to get the projects. Yeah, we would like to do the project this upcoming summer, but we might need to execute on purchasing the materials first, because it's a 1.5 years out before we receive the equipment to be able to install it. So that's what they'd be working through.
Establishing, no, it's exactly that. Establishing that roadmap allows us to really sequence all the projects based off of obviously need, what's going to need DSA approval, because that obviously adds quite a bit of time and money, unfortunately, to the project, and lead times on projects. Like Mr. Mirza mentioned, we have, HVAC's got a 10 to 12 month lead time. If we need to upgrade the switchgear for the electrical service at the school, switchgear is 1.5 years out right now. And so we need to really start sequencing those projects, and that'll kind of help us do that. But we've already had preliminary discussions about a 3 to 5 year plan, and starting to develop that, and then obviously coming and having a study session with the board to kind of finalize some of that.
So to add to that, we have the, I think one of the, Ms. Pope mentioned we had the facilities needs assessment done that had the list of projects. That would be the first thing, where those costs are all outdated. We need to get updated costing. But not only that, it would be, what was I trying to say? So getting the board's input is vital. So when we do the study session with the board to talk to you about everything that was in that facility needs master plan, right? The total needs of the district is over $1 billion. We only got $435 million of bond money. So we're definitely not going to be able to address everything, but staff or Adam and his team will be able to come forward with a study session to be like, okay, out of this 26 schools, these are the priorities that staff deem are, first, second, third. Board, what would you like to see happen?
Right.
And so
I just want to add to that the prioritization that staff comes with the recommendation is by and large based on all these conditions that you were talking about, because there's no way that as staff we can manage all of those things to come forward with a recommendation. I want to come back to something that Dr. Dannenberg said. And by not managing these projects in the way that we're talking about, we end up increasing the likelihood of cost escalation for all of the reasons that we talked about. The other thing that hasn't been discussed, but it's really critical to staff, you had said that bond and facilities work together. I'll just take for instance, as you know, there's a natural rhythm to what happens during certain months of the year in a school district. Those things need to be dovetailed with all these prospective projects because the facilities requirement, the facilities needs that we currently require for summer, for winter, for ELOP, all of those things need to be highly coordinated around all of these different timelines. Otherwise, what you end up with is one of two things at least, either an interruption in program or you have an interruption in the learning day because we have to comply, we try to comply with these timelines, and then therefore those things happen during a time where it impacts student instruction. So there are a lot more things, but those are a couple things that I wanted to be sure
so
to
just
add.
to add to that, just really what's happening right now, we have the facilities master plan that has all these, projects that priority 1, priority 2, and then the bond resolution also indicates what you clearly can do and what you can't do. But what we don't have is a clear vision of what needs to get done and what's going to happen first. And that is really, so what's happening right now is there's a lot of one-off projects that Adam mentioned. Like, you can't leave, so the rains happen, you have roof leaks. So I know that the roof leaks are in priority 1 listed projects on the bond facility needs assessment. But in the meantime, we cannot wait to repair those. We got to repair those buildings. You can't let the buildings deteriorate and rot because your project is not in the right sequencing order. So that's what we're seeing right now is a lot of one-off projects just to put out the fires. And we're utilizing bond funds for that. But I really think we need to get this implementation plan and sequencing. That's the first thing that needs to come right out of the gate to give us a complete vision of what's going to happen with these projects.
Board, any other questions? This is the first read, but we do have the option to take action tonight.
No, I just want to thank you for all the work you're going to do.
Thank you. I'm
I'll
excited.
thank you in advance.
We tentatively have a meeting for 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to get started. So,
did the gentleman that was here want to say anything?
Oh, yeah.
Dennis?
Or Dennis, yeah.
And on his way up, I just want to say before Adam leaves the microphone, when we introduced him at our recent principals meeting, he received a round of applause that we had never heard in a principals meeting before. So yeah, welcome. That doesn't happen. Probably won't happen again, but enjoy it.
And don't go sit down.
Just go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Kirkendall. I'm project executive with Balfour Beatty, and there was a question as to what our experience might be here locally. So we've been here for over 20 years. Our office is located in the tower. We've worked with Oak Park as their program and CM partner since 2008. We've been with Dr. Puglisi now for 20 years, following him from Mesa and now at Rio. We're also bond program manager for Wainimi School District. We're also the general contractor for the Del Sol High School. We're also building Rose Elementary School for Oxnard Union School District, or Oxnard School District. But all in all, we've been partnered with close to 70% of the local districts here in this area. So we've got quite a bit of history here in town. Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Adam, when you got introduced, I didn't catch your full name, so if you could just say it again.
Adam Dutter.
Dunner?
Dutter, D-U-T-T-E-R.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it was kind of said really quickly as you were on your way up, and I didn't write it down, so I just wanted to make sure I had it. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks for the information. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, request for contracts exceeding, for approval of contracts exceeding 25,000. You should have this list here. Does anyone have any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, request for approval of a list of qualified architectural service providers for future Measure E bond projects. Mr. Mirza.
Okay, yes, once again, Mr. Adam Detter will walk you through the RFQ process that the district undertook to get this list in front of the board.
Thank you again. The district released the RFQ on June 30th, closed on August 11th, and we received 23 applicants. I would like to highlight that of those 23, 5 of them are local, meaning Santa Barbara, Ventura, and of those 5, 4 of them are in Ventura, actually. So looking at the list, we feel like we captured all of the big players in Ventura that we would enjoy working with, as well as obviously others from down south. We are asking to approve the entire list of 23 of all 23 applicants that we received. What history has told us is that architects do everything, right? But not everybody does everything well. So having such a robust list really allows us to start honing in on what certain firms, what their niche is, and what, based on project by project, we can go to those firms, or we can send an RFP out to say 3 to 5 firms for roofing or pools or whatever the project might be. So this list really allows us a lot of flexibility and to make sure we're getting the best firm for the project.
I think on top of that, it's important to highlight that as the projects start ramping up, there'll be multiple projects all at once. So you might need several architects all at once. And
correct.
Some firms are busy, others are not. It's important to make sure you have enough capacity to be able to reach out to different firms for different needs.
Marianne is doing us a favor in bringing up the list that's attached to this item. Adam, while she's doing that, you reference very quickly some of the niche, I want to say markets, but the niche abilities depending upon each of these architectural firms. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about some of the differences in specialization that we see, not specific to each of these vendors, but just the types of specialization that there can exist with the types of projects that we might be seeing, where we would want to be able to pick and choose who gets what kinds of projects and contributes?
Absolutely. Depending on the project, right, there could be a project that is, I guess, locally, publicly sensitive, right, with what we might be doing to the schools. And you have some firms on here that are very local, who have, the principals have kids, the principal architects have kids in our schools. And so it's very close to them. There's also firms on here that, for instance, if we are redoing the pools, right? Both of the pools at Buena and Ventura are on the list. There's a couple firms in here that they have just athletic divisions, that is all they do is athletic pools, fields, lighting, whatnot, track, all of that. So it really allows us to dive into exactly those projects on who we, again, whether it's based off of location or skill set.
I just wanted to say, so in some instances, less is more, less is better, but in this instance, more is better.
More is us. Absolutely better.
Okay.
So we're voting on the list. This is like the approved list. So if there was an issue, or there's architectural firm that is not on this list that we need, do you have to come back? Is that to get that approved?
Yeah,
or?
we would bring those individual contracts up to you guys.
Okay.
So we would, yeah, essentially that's what would happen if there's another architectural firm that we want to utilize outside of this list. First of all, as the projects ramp up, you're going to see the cost for each of these architects. So we might, like he said, we might put a request for proposal out for HVACs and send it to 10 of these companies, and if need be outside, to see who gives us the best quote, right? And so essentially that's what it would do for us, is give us the flexibility to have a wide array of pool to deal with, but it doesn't restrict us from working from anybody outside this list.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I'll just make a general observation. I think one of my key takeaways from this meeting is, especially as it relates to some of, as we move forward with these big bond projects, we'll make sure that we're, front-loading you with, because this is new to all of us. So we'll make sure that we're doing just a better job of communicating, well, obviously to the trustees, but the community, how these pieces fit together in the overall scheme of the bond management, because I think it's really important.
So I have a couple of questions. So how long was the RFQ out there for? Because it doesn't say on the summary.
It opened June 30th and it closed August 11th.
And then, so once you have this list, as projects come forward, what's the prioritization of who you work with? Is it purely price?
No, it'll be price, resources, size of the project, again, skill set potentially of the firm. Availability, right? Some of these firms are smaller and they just don't have the capacity at that particular time when we have the need. So it'll be, all of that will play into it. But the plan is, once we identify a project, say roofing, right, then we could send it out to 5, 6, 10 of these firms that are on this list and say, hey, we would like your proposal back within 2 weeks. So it really allows us to start churning and burning, to be honest.
I mean, once that proposal gets decided, we bring that to the board for approval.
So and maybe this is already a factor in your criteria, but if there is a point system in this, I would definitely like to see points allocated based on someone being local. I feel like I have beat this particular drum a lot, but we went to the voters and said that, these dollars would stay in the community, and to the extent possible, I want to see them stay in this community. So if there's ways for us to prioritize working with local firms, I would like to see us do that.
I second that, if it needed a second, but I think that's very important because in Ventura, you'll find that, they really are involved when we make decisions, and I think keeping a decision local will help us if in the future, beyond my years on the board, if we need another bond, which we will, because we still got $600 million worth of stuff to do, that if we can prove that we always keep stuff local, keep the money in the economy, will help us in the future.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? This is a first read, but we could approve.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I would say don't always expect to show up here and get both of your things through. So, that was a bit of a fluke on a first visit, but.
Yeah, we're still missing a person.
Yeah. Congratulations. Okay, so item 15J, VUSD and VUEA Memorandum of Understanding. This is a first read.
Thank you. I'm pleased to bring to you this evening. We had a similar MOU last year. We had an opportunity to review this, meet with some of our CTE teachers, get their input, and create a revised plan that we think is a great opportunity for our independent study and CTE teachers, as well as advisory coordination. So for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Were there any changes between this year's MOU and last year's?
Yes, the changes are highlighted in bold and underlined. We provided some greater definition of some of the items to provide clarification for exactly what the program was. And we also aligned it with, I'm looking over my shoulder so that I don't use the improper CTE terminology. We also...
Can you show it? Because those aren't like in our thing, so I can open my
H on page 3. We also aligned it with the CTE program standards.
Yes, that's correct. The CT program standards, the federal and state grants, the requirements that we have for our grants, and Department of Education dashboard requirements. And we clarified what the expectations were. And with this, we'll also be presenting to the teachers a method of logging their hours with the activities, because we will be audited at some point, and we have to have that documentation.
We coordinated the effort so that the work that they're doing to document this also contributes to those program standards and those requirements.
So you
They're
said
not doing
everything in
duplicative
bold
efforts.
is what changed from last year?
The bold and underlined,
bold.
correct.
It's helpful not just for us, but also
Any questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, this brings us to the conference part of our agenda. Up first, an update on LCAP-funded pilot for the online reporting system for students and families. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you very much, President Rodriguez. Board, this could very well be the shortest presentation I have ever given, but this is just a bit of a good news, an update on an LCAP funded pilot, brand new for VUSD, something that we've never before engaged in, and it is a result of the LCAP feedback we receive from parents, from students, and it's related to goal number 2. So there's a bit of just an exciting moment. There's many technical questions about this that I might not be able to offer yet. We haven't engaged in the contract. That'll be coming forward a little bit later. But at least I wanted to be able to provide an opportunity for you to give any input or provide some considerations for us to make as we move forward. So second slide. Oh, you're already on the second slide, Marianne. Thank you. We are, we are moving forward in conversation with Gaggle. Gaggle is an online, safe, secure, accessible by phone reporting system for staff, for students, and for parents. So we've had one-off programs in the past at given sites, Google Forms, et cetera, but we've never had a unified systematic program that we've engaged in a single place where students, parents, staff can provide input in order for us to have an early intervention on potential issues, bullying, et cetera, crimes, all kinds of things that will help us create safer campuses, which is the central goal of Goal 2. So next slide. Gaggle's online reporting system is called Speak Up for Safety. And you can see that that's essentially what we're going to be inviting students, parents, et cetera, to provide input on so that we can intervene early as possible. And as every assistant principal and principal can tell you, early intervention is absolutely critical, and that information is critical. So in February, when we come back for our LCAP mid-year review, and we're going to report on some of the initiatives and metrics, we hope to be able to tell you how many times, as a result of these Gaggle tips that we've received, we were able to early intervene on issues that we think would have become major issues, major disciplinary issues, major behavioral issues, but we were able to successfully early intervene. So those are the metrics that we're going to be talking about in February. So I just want to thank Eric Reynolds and Maria Elisa Ras and her team for engaging in this. Happy to answer any questions, but again, lots of unknowns. This is just our first swing at this as a district.
Not so much a question, more of a comment. I think this is, it's very cool. I think it's great. As anybody with kids or has worked in the classroom, kids usually tell you things when it becomes a problem in their lives. So if we can kind of, get those tips of bullying, or there's going to be an impending fight, or someone's going to steal something, and get that out early, intervention is really key. So I think this is a great start, a great strategy, and hopefully it works well.
Okay, thank you. That was fast. But now you still have another one. So, review of 23 summer programs.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll invite Dr. Laurel Dawes up to the podium. Dr. Dawes, as you know, is our Director of Expanded Learning. Summer school falls in Expanded Learning. That's our ELOP program in the summer, our secondary initial credit remediation, and of course our extended school year for special education students. So Dr. Dawes, a review of our successes and a look forward for summer school.
Well, good evening, Board Superintendent Castro and Dr. Bayless. I appreciate that. As you recall from the spring board presentation, we focused on increasing the achievement gap for all students while decreasing performance gaps this summer. And our goal was to work with as many students as possible and to make a difference in the lives of as many kids as we could, especially in this post-pandemic era. And so we had a number of programs in every month. June, we had 2 weeks of Impossible Science Camp, as well as other things for elementary, middle, and high school. In July, we had 4 weeks of programming that went from 7:30 in the morning till 6 at night for all 3 grade spans, general ed and special ed, at several sites, but more importantly, working with lots of students and trying to meet their needs academically as well as socially and emotionally. And then in August, we continued with 2 more weeks of programs for elementary and middle school students. And the numbers were pretty profound this year. We had nearly 4,600 students who we taught throughout the course of the summer. General ed, special ed, you can see the differentiation between the elementary, middle school, high school, and notably a fair amount of enrichment and acceleration, as well as remediation and intervention, and some on-grade level work as well. There were a number of successes, and I just picked a few here. I mean, I get excited every time I see a student learn how to ride a bicycle, and to watch 20 of them learn in a week was great. Then others took field trips on bikes up and down the bike path and to different parks. We had kids going to the beach and experiencing nature. We had kids going fishing and catching, well, I won't brag about their fishing. We'll just say they went fishing. We had kids learning magic and science. And then with the X Games coming to Ventura, we made a thing of that and had some guest speakers come to Atlas and had some of you there as well. The lessons that came out of that weren't just listening to X Games speakers, but I remember they were 2 young women who were they're at the top of their game as far as competing at an international stage. And their message to the kids was, I may be competing with my friend here, and I always want to win, but if she wins, I'm happy for her. And they said, friends always build each other up. Well, that's a good lesson for kids. And so those were the types of lessons that kids were learning throughout the summer in all of these programs. And we did some surveys at the end, both of staff and parents, and you'll see a handful of the comments here. You can see Dr. Bayless went to the Impossible Science show, and everything below the waist became invisible behind the invisibility shield there. So there were a lot of positive comments, and of course a couple of critical ones as well, where we could learn and grow. And we've taken that information and we are looking towards next summer and looking to build those programs as well. And I think that's the portion where I'm going to give Dr. Bayless the stage.
Yeah, so we are engaged in a conversation. Let me turn on my microphone. We're engaged in a conversation about what summer 2024 is going to look like. And the good news there is that it's September and we're talking about summer 2024, which I'm just really pleased with that systematic improvement. So thank you to Dr. Dawes and the network of teachers and paras and principals and APs that have given her feedback, and she set up a great program of going and getting feedback at the end of each program from those people and preparing. So that's the good news. These are the programs that we are going to plan on continuing with. Next summer is a little bit shorter, so we're having to calculate that. we're going to continue with our partnership with Learn for Life, and all of the discussions that we would normally have. To what extent can we focus on remediation, add acceleration? What kinds of changes do we want to make? Which grades can we add? Can we round out our middle school offerings? Those are the conversations that we're having now. So just as an example of the good planning that is going in. So thank you to Dr. Dawes and her team. So I think that is it. Happy to first of all, celebrate Dr. Dawes and the successful implementation. Doing summer school is a big, big lift. It's a whole year packed into a month and a half or so. So, but happy to answer any questions and get some feedback from you on next summer.
Thank you, Dr. Dawes. It's wonderful. You did an amazing job. I love the emphasis on outdoor activities. I think that's really important, especially right now where kids are mainly indoors for extended period of time, more than they probably should be, in my opinion. But I really enjoy the fact that you're going out in nature and you have these programs of taking kids outside, because many of our students, low-income students, don't have that opportunity necessarily, right? So I think that's important that we continue that. And the X Games was amazing, so thank you for the invite. That was really fun to watch all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Forsythe. Thank you.
Well, I definitely like to thank you, because to see the transition from the first time I was on the board to the summer program to now is huge. Because if you remember the first day, Dr. Castro, I actually had to work. I had to work for like 6 hours. So I can see the transition. When you put the right people in the right position, I mean, they can do amazing things. And I saw a parent comment up there that said that her kids came home happy and tired, and I can co-sign that they're happy and tired, and she learned how to make paper airplanes. Like, we have a whole room of just stuff she brought home from an ELOP in that short amount of time. So, like, I think the program is just amazing, and for me to be able to see it firsthand, I get a report every day, so I can say the reports are all A. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. That's a big reflection on the team, I think.
I just want to thank the entire team for the expanded learning opportunities for kids. It's just really nice that we're getting back to having some programs in the summers for kids that we haven't had in the past, and hopefully we'll be able to continue for many years to come. And I also would like to pass my thanks on for inviting us to the X Games. I think that was a very interesting presentation by those two young ladies.
Thanks so much.
So my first question is, are we going to see any data around the goal of diminishing the learning gap between our students?
Yes, you are. In October, when we present on our student performance data, it's one of the things that Dr. Dials and I have been talking about with Technology Services, is looking at how we can quantify specifically the impact of ELOP on student performance. So it's a new data dive for us and a new structure, but we're building that so that we can answer that critical question.
Thank you, because I do think, the activities and the connectedness is super important, and the fact that those kids got to do some really fantastic things during the summer is worth investing in. But of course, we went into this with the goal of diminishing that achievement gap, right? And so we want to make sure that we're actually moving towards that. And then secondly, I just want to say, I really appreciate the fact that you have gone out of your way to include our local partners in so much of ELOP. I think it's a tragedy that many of our kids that grow up here had never been to the botanical gardens, or who had never been to the beach, or had never been out to the islands, right? And so having this opportunity, especially for our students from low-income families, to be able to experience these local resources that are many times free. It's not a matter of being able to pay for it. It's just you need someone to take you there. You need to feel welcome, right? And so you are providing that opportunity for them to feel welcome, and I really appreciate that. And I just hear wonderful things from families, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think to follow up on her data thing, it might be nice to follow the kids in this year's program through next year's testing cycle to see if they had more growth than they had the year before. because it might not just be a quick thing off of this summer, but I think there might be some long-term benefits that if we can find some way of studying that, it might be interesting.
Yes, you both bring up great points, and part of the challenge of that is that we're having to find ways to build it into our technology system because it's not a metric as of now, and so we're designing it right now.
Taking the time to do that.
I think you've covered a lot, so I'll just take a different angle. If you look at the number of students that participated over summer, that number, just from sheer volume and student touches, is actually larger than some of our local school districts in the county. So if you think about serving over 4,500 students, the amount of coordination and opportunity that this portion of our student body gets, I just think it's so impressive. So I know we've heard how we're already designing for next year. I have a lot of confidence that we're going to even improve on that. But even just, again, this first year, there's a lot to be proud of in terms of what was accomplished. So thank you, and to the rest of the team.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And up next, the biliteracy pathway recognitions with Dr. Molnar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez and members of the board. I'm here to present just another biliteracy pathway toward the biliteracy seal. The California Department of Education started offering last year the Home Language Development Recognition. So that was in 2022. We will begin to put this into place this year. All of the recognitions are aligned with the State Seal of Biliteracy and also with the Global 2030 Initiative, which is a focus on world languages and making sure that our students are prepared for the global economy. Recognitions are culturally sustaining for our multilingual learners and really getting them on the pathway to biliteracy. We will be offering the Home Language Development Recognition this year. Families will self-report via a survey that will go out to them for parents who have designated on the home language survey a language other than English. We will share with them the criteria for recognition and how it can be met, and they will earn the recognition in a certificate with a seal affixed. Here you just have our various seals. The first one is the home language development one. When they register, again, we'll look at the survey. What language do they indicate? It could be students who do end up being multilingual learners, but also those who are not and who are initially fluent. Then we have the biliteracy pathway recognition that we offer at kinder and at 5th grade. These are students who receive a recognition based on their participation in a language development program toward biliteracy. Students in our dual language programs. Next, we have the Seal of Biliteracy Attainment. So these are our 8th graders in our dual language programs, and that's based on a proficiency criteria in English and in Spanish in our case. And then finally, that State Seal of Biliteracy and the Ventura Unified School District Seal. Here's just another visual of that pathway from the home language seal and recognizing our kindergartners and 5th graders, 8th graders, and then finally that California seal and our district seal. Some of our next steps will communicate out to staff and families, looking at those students again who have that home language other than English indicated. Send out the criteria to them to begin giving them ideas and activities that are appropriate engagement with the home language, and then finally celebrating our students who have earned the home language recognition.
So I guess I'm curious, is the idea of this to be able to really kind of reinforce for our youngest students the value of maintaining that home language, not so that, like, obviously we want them to learn English and be proficient in that, but we also want them to value their cultural language and continue to develop that?
Correct. Foster it, maintain it in the home, and practice it.
I love the idea of giving parents some ownership of this and being able to have them create activities to assess and encourage, because oftentimes our families who don't speak English as their first language feel less than when they're educating their kids. They feel, less capable of helping their students. And so to give them a way to be honored and recognized, I think is wonderful. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, it's late, they're tired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Okay, I'll take off my glasses. This brings us to our consent calendar items. Items, should have read that first, 17 through 20 are routine in nature. Is there any item anyone would like to pull for a separate discussion? No? So do I have a motion for items 17 through 20?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Coming events, Dr. Castro. Sorry, I skipped over board reports. Board reports.
I attended the Westside Community Council last Wednesday. The main discussion was the compression station that's right by EP Foster. So they had a very good presentation by the Westside Clean Air Coalition. There are some interesting things coming up that that we need to kind of monitor, and I understand that our staff has met with the Westside Clean Air Coalition. Sorry. And I thought it was just really interesting to find, to get an understanding of what is in our neighborhood as far as on the west side. And also they presented some other materials about zoning that's coming up. And that's about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I attended the Bond Oversight Committee meeting, and one issue that came up that is the notion of about $1 million worth of previous issues that we took a resolution to pass that said that we could fund them out of the bond, and of course we've got a member that's making exception, or a couple of members that are making exception to that. Just wanted the board to be aware of it. They're totally legal expenditures according to what we want, but when we get a report from the committee, there may be a notation to the effect that not everybody agrees with that part of it. And the second one was I attended the PAC meeting. One of the things that came up at the PAC meeting that I thought was very interesting is the notion of the arts master plan, and I'm very pleased to see that it's on as a future agenda item so that we can be discussing the arts master plan in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have no board report today. So coming events.
All right, as the slide is coming up, I mentioned earlier just the dynamism going on with back to school nights. We'll continue those through the end of the month. Each one has been outstanding. We have our Teacher of the Month celebration, first of the year, at DATA, and that is this upcoming week. AAPC, you'll see CDAC, DLAC meetings as well. And then just coming back to the listening tours, I just want to thank the handful of people that showed up at DATA. Several of you had said that we're going to see you for greater detail because there were some scheduling conflicts at Lemon Grove. And I just want to reiterate to the board and to the community, the intent behind this is to listen and to continue to see what other kinds of things we can improve on. And when people stop showing up, we'll stop having them. And that concludes our VUSD community events.
Great. I do have one event that I wanted to highlight. I should have written this date down, but in 2 weeks, we are having Art Walk 2023. It's the first time in 4 years that the community has brought back Art Walk. And we have lots of student participation, including one of our former VUSD art show winners, Ren Steppen, is being featured at Vita Art Center as one of the featured artists. So very, very cool. There will be arts installations all over downtown on the west side, all the way from our Idea Center will be participating. Students from the Idea Center will be selling their art and showcasing some of their many other talents. And then all the way through downtown. The museum is participating as part of their 150th county celebration, and all the way up to Cabrillo, where there's a new clay studio called Clay Parlor. So I would encourage anyone, it's all free, if you're interested in attending, meander around downtown. It's the 24th, is that right?
September 23rd and 24th from 11 to 7.
Bad with dates. 23rd and 24th, all day. And many of our students will be performing on the stages that will be in front of City Hall and down on where the X Games X was at the corner of C Street in Maine. Me again. Sorry. So future board items. You have a list here of things that are currently on the calendar for future conversations. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add?
Well, I just think if you've been following the news, we might need to start having conversation about being proactive about homeless encampments coming close to schools. Because the reason why, if you haven't seen the reason why, is because the schools have open plugs on campuses. So what they want to live closer to schools, because when the school is closed, they either go on campus or jump the fence to plug their phones and chargers and power their electronics through the plugs on the schools. So and that's why in a lot of cities you see that they're moving closer. So I think maybe, you know, to get in front of it, you know, if you start 1, 2, and 3, and if we can get in front of it before it becomes a problem, maybe that's something that we need to just look at to be proactive, because in some areas, it's literally on the fence lines of the schools, if you've probably seen it in the news in the LA USD school district. But just something to think about in the future and knowing the reason why they're moving close to the schools.
And then I'll just reiterate my interest in maybe crafting some guidance around the overtime and sub-cost reports for, I mean, we don't need to see those on the agenda, but maybe just as some written form. I don't know if that has support from, yeah, okay, there you go.
And if I
okay.
could just add in there that in anticipation of wanting to get some more clarity around our budget study session, we will plan to hold that prior to the regularly scheduled board meeting on December 12th. So it's going to be sometime before the end of November or right before that, so that way we can make sure that the board has, again, a broader understanding of other things that are going on before having the budget, or before we see that again in December.
So, sorry, just to make sure. So that's an additional future board item for the board,
Yes.
budget study session.
Budget study session.
Sometime before.
December 12th.
Okay, so we're all gone that week after Thanksgiving. So are we talking actually more like middle November?
And that's why I don't want to, it'll come down to everybody's availability, but certainly before the 12th of December.
Okay. Board or superintendent comments?
My comment is that I'm very excited that we are sitting on the board making decisions that's going to impact 10 to 15 years from now. So I just wanted to go on video record that we made these decisions. And I'm very excited about the future. And I think our team, and I know I say this often, but it's just true that the staff, I think when that sitting on the board is that we're getting to know each other, and the more we know each other, the shorter the meetings are going, because you guys are anticipating what we're going to ask and how the meetings are going. So I think everything is actually falling in the right path of being beneficial for the future. So I appreciate all the work you guys put in, and I appreciate that you try to understand what we want to hear and to get our questions answered before we even ask them. Like I really appreciate that. So I know a lot of time goes into a lot of study session and discussion goes into what can we go ask today? Or, I know, but I appreciate that. So thank you so much.
So two things. I want to concur with Calvin. I think it's such an exciting time to see this big change coming for our community, to see our schools really be leading much of our community into, the future of a greener economy is really nice. I really appreciate the work that staff has done to make that possible, because I know it's been a lot of work. Particularly, I don't see her anymore, but Terry was back there. And so for Miss Allison, who has left, but just really appreciate the extra load that's being carried by facilities to do that. And then also, so I have, the last 2 days I've watched a Go On Forever City Council meeting and then a county supervisor meeting. And what struck me is how appreciative I am of the way that the community interacts with us, because their meetings are really contentious and they get a lot of really angry feedback. And we have had those days, but I just in general appreciate the fact that we're really open to hearing from the community. And I think the community has always been very appreciative and respectful with us, and it's just a nice place to be, because not every school board and not every county experiences that. So just thank you to the community for recognizing that we're trying our best. We don't always get it right, but we definitely try and do the right thing by our kids and by our families. With that, Dr. Castro.
Honestly, I'll just build on that, hopefully the community who's watching sees tonight that we are doing our best to be accountable to the community and to the board. You represent the community. We want and encourage the dialogue. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're always in agreement. And so I just want to continue to convey that to the community, that it doesn't mean that we're always going to see things the way that we want to see them, but we are going to be moving forward. And we have, our staff feels that too. Like, we feel like there is so much positivity going on right now, and we just want to continue to capitalize it. So thank you for your trust in us, and thank you to the community for continuing to engage in a mutual dialogue.
Great. Well, thank you. And with that, there's no need to return to closed session. So I will adjourn this meeting at 9:01 if I have a motion.
A motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you.
And a
Motion
special
carries.
thanks to TDC Studios and VASE for always supporting us and being here. Really appreciate you guys. And now everyone can apparently go to Jack in the Box because they're still open. Have a good night.